But that is the situation here where the Trinidad and Tobago players are in the field, the two openers, and are also out there, Asabi Calendar and Alicia Bowman. And here comes Kassar. And that's runs here on the board, early o'clock. For Barbados, so they're off and running. Asabi Calendar. And I bring Alicia Bowman into strike now. She will obviously love to get on with things as well. No real foot movement there, just seemed to stand and stuck the bat at it. Nice compact stance she has. Holds the bat very high indeed and is cutting at one and a little too close. In fact, there's some movement there. Good carry as well. Kanika Kassar. And going through to be taken by wicketkeeper Tamika Pagu. Which is always the right thing to do if you're not comfortable with the run-up. Just stop and delivery there, very wide indeed. And again, plenty of width on offer. Think of a second run. In fact, she wants a second run, but for some reason, Calendar just seemed disinterested and allowed it to go through. But not a bad shot because she was certainly clearing the inner ring. And even though there is nobody at that short third man position at the edge of the circle, she would have been high over the head of any fielder there as well. It's a good delivery that goes through. There's a strong appeal. Not out, says the umpire. First over. And after one over, Barbados, after being put in, are 2 without loss. Her going wide and angling, almost putting her body like a contortion as she was striving for that inward movement, and did a pretty good job getting the ball to duck back into the right-hander. So Trinidad and Tobago now would be hoping that they could push things along quickly. Ramtal. This time trying to get it inside. I'm so surprised that one wasn't called a wide, because she was trying to turn it on the onside unless it brushed the pad on the way through. Another delivery turning into the right-hander. Just cramping her for swinging room. You can see Bowman rehearsing that on drive, so to speak. Again, striking her on the pad, rushing into that pad, but starting leg stump and going further down leg. Trinidad and Tobago coming off a big 6-wicket victory over the Windward Islands, hoping to stay in contention to retain their title. And this time it's called a wide. What an occasion for these youngsters to have a tournament like this, where you can basically hone your skills. Well played, just can't get it past. The field is well set. Square leg. That's another gorgeous shot, but nothing for her. So at the end of 2 overs, Barbados are now 3 without loss. So again, a good, and there is Ryan Hines, the former West Indies standout and Barbados standout, really trying to impart his knowledge on the youngsters. And even though you can see him gesticulating like that, I don't think he's arguing. He probably just imparting knowledge there, coaching. Guess another delivery that is coming in from Qassar, cramping calendar. You can see Calendar looks like she wants to really free her arms, but she has to be selective here. The field is fairly well set, so she has to kind of pick her spots. Yeah, she is again going at one that I'm not too sure she knew much about it, but she's going to get 4. It's 4 byes actually. So the ball. Again, it's one of those skill positions where, it's a work in progress, even at the highest level. It's another good delivery. But because of her inward movement, you find that the batters are always hesitant to go as hard as they normally would. And that was established early because she is capable of bringing the ball back into the right-handers, and again not able to really take advantage. She got a little bit of swinging room there, but nicely positioned and coming up with the Orozco tumbling over. making the dive-in save at that straightish mid-wicket position. That's another delivery that has gone wide and down the leg side. They think for a moment of a second. And it's a 2 to the kitty. And that's part of the learning curve here for Kassar and for all the bowlers. Because she has the ability to bring the ball in to the right-handers, the line has to be spot on as well. That's so much better because that is what is creating the problem, the little movement coming in. And that is the Barbados lineup. And that completes the over at the end of over number 4, 9 without loss, Barbados. After over number 3 rather. So 9 without loss, 3 overs bowled, and this is going to be Ramtahal's second over of this morning. Again, both bowlers showing the ability to just to move the ball off the seam a little bit inwards. The off-cutters coming back into the right-handers. And I would think if they can line them up properly and pitch it at the good length, at the perfect length, they might go between the bat and pad. And here they are thinking of a quick single. They have to hurry, and they do, despite a nice bit of fielding, but not quick enough. So 10 without loss now. Umpires, Johan Williams out of St. Lucia and Roger Davis out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's another one. They go for a quick single again, and that needed a direct hit. It would have been tight, but in the end, they made it. Good, that's well bowled again. Now that is the and I think that is what Calendar was playing for. But that one left her. This one is in the air and just doesn't carry. But again, you could see her tumbling over. It was Orozco. Good powerful drive, but only the single. So that completes the over. Now we've completed over number 4, and the end of it, it's 11 without loss, or 12 without loss, Barbados. So Barbados trying to post some kind of a total here. In fact, when you listen to the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Ramnath, she is thinking that the strength of this team is its bowling, and here she is, right on cue. And immediately she is on spot. That's lovely. Well played. Again, getting it into the gap. Should get too comfortably. And they do. So, good steady progress here from these two openers. Not taking any undue risks. And again, at this age group, it's about judging singles, understanding the running between the wickets. Those are some of the areas that a tournament like this really helps them with, least of all. She was groping at it. Generous flight and play beautifully down to the boundary for 4. Deep mid wicket, doesn't have a chance. And such a good shot from Calendar. She goes to 9. Okay, she's again getting a little bit of width, pierces the gap beautifully, and that could be 4 more. It's going, and it's gone. Perfectly between the two fielders. There, Harry Lal just couldn't come across. Productive over this one. 22 without loss so far. And that completes over number 5. 22 without loss at the end of 5 overs. So Ramnath it is who is going to continue, and again pitching the ball in a pretty good line, good length as well. Not for 10 so far, or Ramtahal rather. Not for 4 so far. She's in her 3rd over. And again, the running is positive. Once they start, and you could see Calendar pushing for that run. Very confidently played. It looks a real picture. When she's on the defensive, when she's attacking, she's also very explosive as well. You can see she really throws everything behind it when she commits to that offense. And which is one of the sort of the principles of batting. If you're defending, then defend. When you're attacking, then you all-out attack. Here she goes again, trying to muscle that one through. It came in at her a little bit. You could see the bat kind of turned in her hand as she was trying to on-drive it. Another good delivery from Ramtahal. Short and pulled away. That could run away for 4 runs. It's going down the hill. It's a long chase. And, well, it might be 4. I think the board came up just as she was about to retrieve the ball. It was close, but we'll give her the benefit of the doubt. And some of the spectators coming in to witness the game here. Quite often those are relatives and friends, schoolmates. So Brianna Haricharan. It's a new bowler. And that's a wide first up. Looking so relaxed and very composed, very confident. Asabi Calendar. They're wielding a broad bat right now. There she's again with a beautiful shot. This is going to take some doing. That's well done in the end, but it's not the ideal fielding. Kira Manpol somehow manages to keep it out. That's a stifled appeal, not out, says the umpire. And again, driving, don't think she wanted to get it on the onside, but she will take it because she got a single for it and she played it all on the ground, but you could see her really trying to muscle that one, maybe aiming for straight back past the bowler or past mid-off. Alicia Bowman just needing a little assistance with her laces, it looks like. You have to be very careful when you ask opponents to tie your laces. They might tie both shoes together. You have to keep your eyes on them. So England all out for 371 in the end. And another good delivery. So West Indies actually not doing a bad job trying to stay in the game, but it's just those areas that they're going to have to improve at. So another delivery down the leg side, and it is signaled as a wide. So push the scoring on by 1 to 29 now without loss. Haricharan started with a wide. So that's the second wide of this over. Down the wicket she goes, trying to get to the pitch. Smothering herself. 7 overs completed, 29 without loss Barbados after they were put in by Trinidad and Tobago. Some of the scenes down here in Diego Martin. House, talk about the house on the hill. That's the house on the hill there. You have a $1 million view of everything in the valley. So skipper Ramnath will continue. 10 runs from a previous over. Thought about a quick single there for a moment, but Harry Lal was quickly in. Zakia Harry Lal moving quickly from that point position, just slightly backward. This time cracked away nicely down to mid-wicket and well fielded in the end, almost sort of nonchalantly getting to the ball and then just sort of dropping the hand on it and limiting them to just the 2 runs. And I think when you, as a coach or even as a spectator, when you look at age group cricket or any age group sport at all, you know, those are some of the things you look at. Who are following the principles, right? That's a good delivery. Kept a bit low. A little bit quicker from Ramnath. And those are the things you look for. Who is obeying the principles or who's adopting those principles very well, whether it's batting, bowling, fielding, catching, running between the wickets, and just those little things. This is going to be another quick single. So those are the things that you look for. Because if one player does it, then you imagine it could spread among the team. When somebody either pulls off a spectacular catch, effects a run out, bowls a good delivery, and this one is blocked, but he can't get it through. Standing in the way there was Haricharan. And again, drive in, but Haricharan is in the way again there, but this is good bowling, much better bowling. And so that brings the over to an end. 8 overs completed. Now it's 32 without loss. So these are the mountains around us here in Diego Martin. You're deep into the mountains, and if you go further up the road from just in front of us here, you probably end up in, well, you go through Patna, and then you go up the hill. Here's a big swing, and just coming off the pad there, really looking to go right across that one. I remember they used to have diyas. That used to be a big thing here, the lighting of diyas. People from all over used to come to Diego Martin for that. That's well played, but also well fielded out in the deep, making no mistake there, Espinosa. cutting away and not piercing the field. Again, you can see the difference. She doesn't have the power. She doesn't attempt the power shots. She's more of a deflector. She just wants to put back the ball, get it into the gaps maybe, pick up a single or two. But she's holding her own so far, Bowman. And they're trying to play, look at going for the catch, just not able to haul it in. But you could see Orozco diving forward there, trying to get the hands under it. So the first real chance of the game. Bowman goes on by 1-4, 21 to calendar. And she continues to lead this run scoring. Christina Naipaul among the outstanding fielders so far for the Trinidad and Tobago youngsters. Remember, they are the defending champions, so they must be thinking in terms of holding on to the title. Right now they need a wicket. And that one bowls her. Just as I was about to say they need a wicket, down the wicket goes. So Bowman couldn't resist. And Barbados losing their first wicket at 35 for 1 in the 9th over. So she would have done her part, no doubt. And Nijani Kamabach is the new batter. For Barbados, and they need to keep the momentum going. These two have given them a decent start. Calendar, I'm sure, would want somebody to stick around with her. So the players take a little refreshment break, and so they're going to get an opportunity to just assess the first part of the inning so far. So we're back with a new bowler coming on, Kira Manpal. And bad little misfield there because she seemed to have it covered, and then, well, as they say, then she didn't. But it was coming to her, Ram Tahal, it was almost straight at her. So Kamabach is getting ready to face her first delivery. At the other end, Calendar pushes on to 23 from 34. And that's a wide delivery. Started wide and then kept going. Again, at this age group, it's so important for them to understand success, taste some success. That's another wide delivery. And because that is what is going to fuel their enjoyment of the game when they get results from their hard work. But even if they don't do well right away, it's so important to keep them energized. That's much better. And again, it just eludes the grasp of Ram Tahal. This time she cuts it off and gets a deserved round of applause for it. She must be thinking, they're picking on me here. The ball keeps coming to me all the time. And that's another wide delivery. It's started wide and it just keeps going wide. And she just has to stay in the game because in between the wide deliveries, she has produced a couple of good deliveries. So she just needs to revisit those and forget about the wides. And this time it's outside the legs. I'm surprised that too isn't called a wide. Unless she might have just brushed the pad. You could see, and it is a wide because I was just saying because it's almost as if it looked as if she might have just clipped the pad on the way through because the batter did follow it. And that's better. And cutting and living dangerously there outside that off stump. Calendar been there for a while now, so she loved to get on with things here. We are almost at the halfway point of the innings. Gets another delivery that she just hammers into the gap, and that's 4 runs. But that's beautifully played. So another boundary to the powerfully built right-hander. She goes to 27 now. And again, she's reaching for a delivery. Had she left it, might have been considered a wide as well. So that completes the over the first for Manpal. And at the end of it, Barbados 45 for 1 after 10. Again, a sprinkling of the spectators coming to cheer on the young ladies. While Trinidad and Tobago tries another bowler, Jessica Orozco. Orozco done very well in the field, and so I'm sure now she would want to see if she could finish it off, bowling her wrist spinners. We don't see too many of these, but I'm sure she would like to make an impression on this game. And that one is driven nicely into the gap. But again, generous flight from Orozco. And this one is put into on the onside this time. And Nampol is out there. They want a second, but she does well. She releases it quickly. And I'm sure she might be a little bit shaken because she probably didn't think her first over went as well as she would like. A couple of wides in there, plus a boundary. Again, starting a little bit wide, so Trinidad and Tobago just a little bit shaken here. They haven't gotten the wickets that they would like early on. And unlucky there, trying to pierce the gap. But the skipper is in the way. And that's well played. She could so easily have fallen into the trap of trying to hit it in the air, but she stayed on top of it and hit it nicely down the ground. So 50 on the board for Barbados, 50 for 1. In the 11th over. So the projected score has jumped up now to 94. And this one is hit in the air. This could be out. No, it's dropped. Well, well, well. She got her hands to it, and it really should have. And they're going to get another easy single. So that completes the first over from Orozco. And at the end of it, Barbados, 52 for 1 after 11. There is the weather just changing a little bit of cloud cover about the place, but because we're in the northern range, we could anticipate that quite a bit. We're in the rainy season, so some parts of Trinidad will have rain while other parts may not. I think that is common across the Caribbean. So it's just something that we live with. Espinosa is going to pick up the attack now. Delianis. Mm-hmm. And of course, she's I suppose a foreign national residing here in Trinidad and Tobago and picking up the sport of cricket. And you look at her action, it's almost like it's a javelin type action, pretty much a Jeff Thompson type action. It's a good bit of cricket there, good fielding, and this is where the confidence builds for these young ladies. Again, like I said, she mightn't have been feeling confident after that first over, but she's more than doing her bit in the field. Brilliant stop there from Manpaul. And that's very well played, but nice bit of fielding. So again, if anybody would have seen the late Jeff Thompson, then you'd, although Thompson was more, he had that kind of sideways action where his legs used to kind of plait behind him. Orozco there doing very well. And this one is striking on the pad, but going down leg side, the umpire not. Thompson really used to come bouncing in, and then he would do that little sideways, almost like a javelin type action, what you see Keyshawn Walcott doing, to free up that right arm, and then it just wheels over. And no surprise there. So you can see the ground staff just getting ready, just in case there's any rain about. This one is hit in the air, but over the head of the point fielder. And they're going to go for two. No, they won't. That's a good bit of cricket again in the outfield there from Ram Tahal. Coming around, or rather from the captain, Ramnath, coming around and making sure that she limits them to just the one run. So Espinosa's over comes to an end. 3 runs from it, and it's 55 for 1 after 12. So the ground staff at the ready. And we could see more and more spectators coming. That's the Diego Martin main road there, just looping around. That where the vehicles are passing in the back. Here's Orozco again. This one coming back in. That's brilliantly played. That should run. It may not have the legs to get to the boundary. And in fact, it won't. And they might just have to settle for 2. That's still able to get around it. That's a good delivery. Once she pitches it, then it creates a problem because she is bowling a googly. I don't know if she deliberately wants to bowl the googly, but you could see the ball, once it pitches, it starts to turn into the right-handers. And I'm not sure if they're actually picking it. But that's a problem there. She's not able to pitch them consistently where she would like. But to her credit, she's erring on the side of a wide as opposed to a wide on the offside, rather, as opposed to a wide on the leg side. And So there she is again, because that's the line that she's assuming. And I suppose her coaches are telling her, don't go on the pads at all. Stay close to that off stump. So she just needs to canter the radar a little bit to the right, but not too much, because then she would err on the other side, which is the way they don't. That's a lot better. You can see the ball carving back in, and they're going to get a second run as a result of the misfield. Actually, they just took the single. The ball sort of ricocheted off the legs of Kasara. Again, Orozco sticking to that line outside the off stump. It's probably just a little too wide for her liking, but and that's a full toss that smashed away and just trying to get there, but the bunks did her in a little bit there. She was trying to get one hand, and this time Manpole couldn't get across, and that's 4 runs. So Calendar goes up to 34. Cumberbatch. So another 8 runs coming out of that over. And the young ladies are getting a little refreshment, but I'm sure instructions are being passed on as well as to where they are, how many overs completed, what the rate is, what the plan is, how they hope to approach things from here. We're getting to what we call the happy hour in that last 5 or so overs, where they say go for hell for leather, as we say. This one is hit beautifully. That's 4 runs. Again, standing tall and let's see what her comeback is going to be like. I'm sure she'll be disappointed with that. Again, standing tall and punching it through the offside. She looks so comfortable on the back foot. I wonder if Espinosa recognizes that and maybe try to bring on the front foot. See if she could drive off that front foot. And again, Manpole called to action. I'm sure she must be saying, what did I do to deserve all this work this morning? She was on the boundary just now trying to cut off the 4, and twice in succession now she's called upon in that short mid-off position there. This one hit and just away from her. She couldn't get across to it, and then it's eluding there and goes for 4. Well, she seemed to have it covered there, Ramtahal. $71 now for 1. So the projected score goes beyond 100 now. It's up to 104. Thinking of a second run, they're going to have to hurry. No, they decide against it, and that's good thinking there on the part of calendar. Cumberbatch looked so eager to go back for the second run. And that's well bowled, but again, it's well played because it's pushed into the gap, and we'll get another comfortable single to end the over at the end of 14. Barbados, after being put in by TNT, a 73 for 1. So Trinidad and Tobago here now trying to negotiate, trying to figure out how they're going to go through these next 6 overs with minimal damage. This pair threatening to push things on. They came together with the score on 35, and they've pushed it up nicely now to 73. Too far outside, but Kanika Kasa is back into the attack. And everybody needs to feel cool this morning. It's a hot day here in Diego Martin. So she started well this morning. She's coming back for her second spell now. And her 2 overs cost 4 runs. And so she's in her 3rd over now. And that's very well played. That's a long chase out there. They won't get a boundary. Because it's so hot, players always need to keep your players hydrated as much as possible. The Trinidad and Tobago reserves being kept busy. And that's very well bowled again from Kasa. She has a nice simple action. Her mechanics are pretty good. Not a particularly long run-up. And bowls very, very almost wicket to wicket, as they say. And but her mechanics are pretty good, which is a good starting base. Now, can she get quicker? I suppose she can. And it all starts with the hip movement, how she can get that hip over quickly to free the arm up to come over faster. And that's well played. But again, nicely fielded there by Grant Paul. She's in the wars here today. But she's Man Paul now at mid-on. That's the end of the over. 76 for 1 after 15. So some of the spectators eagerly cheering on these youngsters. And it's always such a good feeling when your family and your friends could come and support you out in the middle. Funny thing is, when I played, I hardly ever saw anybody outside. And that's something I heard somebody referencing to Jimmy Anderson, because this is his last test match. And they were telling him, even though you want to get on with the business at hand and be a professional, just take a little time to look up and enjoy what is going on around you. Because when you play, you don't worry so much about the crowd. You don't even see the crowd most times. You just do your business. So that's what they were asking him to try and appreciate everything else. Here's Ramnath. Orozco quickly in. Yeah, so they were just trying to get him to just kind of loosen up a little bit, because he's so businesslike. Jimmy Anderson, one of the most successful fast bowlers in world cricket ever. End of the road for him, and they're gonna have to hurry here. And Orozco, though, couldn't pick it up cleanly. Little hesitation between the two batters, but in the end they were able to sort it out. Got a comfortable single. So these two doing very, very well. The length there, probably a little too close to her for that shot. But I don't think it's going to stop her from repeating it. And a little dab there, but still gets the single. So Trinidad and Tobago really, I'm sure, would have been hoping to see the back of these two a long time ago, especially this lady. Come on, Batch, and that one jumped out of the glove of the keeper, but she doesn't take it cleanly, but she doesn't concede a bye as a result. So the end of the over, 79 for 1 now after 16. Hit the glove and punched off. Now I'm trying to picture where exactly that house is, but it's nicely covered in some vegetation there. I'm not sure what the view is. It depends on the height of the house and where it's located, where it's perched. But at the moment, it's by the water wheel. So that would be the view, the vantage point for them. Isn't there a little steel band that uses the little area by the water wheel as well? There's one here, Meritones here, and a single pan band or two up by the water wheel there. And you imagine the Pan is Beautiful music festival put on by Trinidad. The single pan bands actually starts this Friday in the northern region. There's a beautiful lovely delivery. There's an appeal. She's out, going right across it. It's almost like she knew. Once she missed it. A very good delivery. Again, right on spot there was Brianna Haricharan. We're ticking over. 44 runs added. And now they will replace her with the off spinner, Herbert Myers, Tiani Herbert Myers. So really want to say hi to all the parents and the folks in Barbados who may be picking up our signals, and I'm sure you're following with intent, especially these young ladies. And that's the thing. Remember, they're away from home, so they're learning about, life outside of their home country, away from their family and friends, classmates. And they want a single, but it's not there. And so those are just some of the things that they have to deal with, and I suppose the manager and the coaches will have to kind of coax them along. You never know, some people get very homesick sometimes. Again, they're going to have to hurry here. This could be problems. The return, she needed to get behind the stumps, and somehow she just seemed to be drawn away from the stumps, but that could easily have been a comfortable run out, but Harry Charan not able to finish it off. The return probably needed to be closer to the stump, she would say. They've gone for one. They might consider two, but Cumberbatch not interested. So Herbert Myers is back on strike now. She's on one. She grips the bat very, she has a firm grip on it, because you could see she wants to get on with things. And maybe she might have been promoted in the order for precisely that. A couple of big swings, see if she could cash in here as overs begin to wind down. We're in the 17th over now, 3 after this one. That's a big hit. That's a good hit. And might just get a couple. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. So 2 more. It is to end the over. And at the end of 17, Barbados are 84 for 2. So the sun is back out in all its glory now. We had a brief moment where we saw the ground staff at the ready. Now we're looking at security and surveying proceedings here. In fact, when I got here this morning, she was telling me, "Go on driving," ushered me in. Other times they tell me, "You can't park inside, Mr. Mark." I'm like, okay. And this one is in the air, but it's safe, and that's going to go for 4 runs. She kind of got under it, but she lifted. That's another powerful shot, but once again, the fielding is pretty good. And doing her part there with the fielding, Kasara, who has bowled pretty well so far for TNT. That's another lovely little stroke. So Barbados pushing on here, trying to get to 100. I think that would be the first order of business here now. They're on 89. So one by one, they fill in the kitty after getting the boundary of the very first ball of the over. Another single to push things along now. So they're inching their way towards the 100 target, which will be a tremendous milestone. And not able to take advantage of that one. Hit it on the full, but couldn't cash in. It's the end of the over. And at the end of 18, 91 for 2 Barbados. So there you could see a little bit of cloud cover behind the lights, the bank of lights here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And that is in the direction of Maracas. Beyond those hills, actually, people wouldn't know, but the ocean is right there. Now, it looks closer. It's a hike to get to it. And then it's a steep drop on the other side. This one is in the air. It should be out and it's taken. Herbert Meyer trying to get off of that. The catch is taken. She goes for 8. So Barbados have lost wicket number 3 now at 91 for 3. And coming to the crease now is Ebony Brathwaite. So Kanika Kassar picking up a wicket to go along with a very good spell. She's been fairly economical. Just the 7 runs from her 3 overs on 1 ball. And it's another good drive though from Brathwaite to get off the mark. So Kamabat, who's on 23 from 22 deliveries, is getting ready to take strike. She knows she has to get a move on here. They're running out of overs, but she don't want to give a wicket away though. This one is in the air, but it's going to drop safely, well ahead of Orozco. Couldn't get to her. But again, Kassar producing a false shot. Only this time it doesn't go to hand. And bowled them. That one goes. Actually, she scored behind. She goes, so she has to go not a long stay for Brathwaite. And Kassar has 2 in the over now. After her first 3 overs, she didn't get a wicket. And now she's able to pick up 2 in the same over. And she still has 2 deliveries to go. So you see coming in to bat to replace her is the captain, Erin Dean. So she too, I suppose, will understand the requirements here. So 93 for 4 now. And this one is striking out the pad. There's a loud appeal for LBW. Actually, it might have been doing a little too much. Because she does have that inward movement, that one just probably touched down, and the umpire probably was convinced that it was going to beat leg stump. What a first delivery to get. And another tight one indeed, almost cutting her in half there, tucking her. What a final over to bowl by Kassar. 2 for 9 from her 4 overs, and that's a splendid effort indeed. So excellent bowling on her part. So that is 19 completed now. So just a 1 to go. Can they get the 7 runs required to get to 100? And it's the captain who is going to do the honors. Ramnath is back. And that's a big hee-ho there. Kamabachi knows that there's not much after this. In fact, there's nothing after this in terms of batting. So she has to go for it, and she goes high in the air. It's going to get 1. They may get a second if they hurry. The return just a little bit too late, but they're going to get 2. And once again, lurking in the deep there was you-know-who, Man Paul, who was called into action again. Kamabachi again swinging for the fences, and it took a little bit of a hop. They're going to go for a second. No, they decide against it. Again, not the best of fielding out in the deep, but it worked. Trinidad and Tobago trying to limit them probably under 100. 96 for 4 now. 3 deliveries left. And this is Erin Dean trying to get off the mark, and she will. And you could see Kamabat sprinting. Even before the shot was made, she knew she wanted to get down to the other end. And the skipper Ramnath sending the long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, deep cover on the boundary, deep square leg on the boundary. And this one is driven down into the deep. They're going to come for the second run. And they're going to have to hurry. The return. And and she's out, run out. Dean was a little bit short there, trying to get back for that second. In getting back for that second run. So they'll get one. And unfortunately, Dean has run out for one. So 98 for 5 now. And the last ball to be bowled. And Neo Wood is out there. But unless it's a wide, she won't get to face. So this is Cumberbatch. This one is cracked. That's a good shot, but again, it's a one run, and she is falling backwards, trying to effect a throw from literally on her buttocks there, falling down, falling backwards. And they will get the 2 runs, so they'll finish exactly on 100 for 5. After their 20 overs. So a pretty interesting score. It means that Trinidad and Tobago will need 101 for a victory. And I'm trying to just see how much Cumberbatch ended on. Was it 29? Or we'll have to double check that because she got 2 runs off the last ball to push the score to exactly 100. But that's the scenario there. 100 for 5. Barbados, 2 of those wickets fell to Kasara. She had her 4 overs cost her 9 runs, and she picked up 2 wickets. So a wicket, 2 to Harry Charan as well. So they were the principal wicket takers. The other one was via the run-out route. So 5 wickets down for Barbados, 100 for 5. And Trinidad and Tobago will need 101 to win when we come back. Welcome back to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we're getting ready for the TNT reply, needing 101 for a victory. That's after Barbados got to 100 for 5 in their 20 overs. And it's going to be Nia Wood who is going to open the attack. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago captain is out there, so she's going to try to lead from the front with the bat, Samara Ramnath. At the non-striker's end is her partner, Katrina Rubin. And she's out, caught on the wicket. The first delivery, she doesn't like the decision. She looks up and she walks. And there is the prize wicket of Ramnath, caught on the wicket off the bowling of Nia Wood for no score. So Trinidad and Tobago won, or should I say not for one. And not the start that they would have been hoping for, because she is the experienced one in the team. And now it's going to be up to the other players. Rita Ramtahal is out there. So Collymore taking the catch. So now let's see what the left-handed Ramtahal, how she faces up to Wood. And spot on. So Trinidad and Tobago also playing Barbados at the U19 men. Can't call them boys, they would put me in my place. And trying to turn this one. Major League Cricket going on. New Zealand women against England. And can't get a run, but a good shot, but can't get it past the skipper there, Erin Dean, at mid-off. So once again, finding a nice line and a good length. Wood not trying to complicate things. Just putting it on there, and that one hits the under edge, goes down. It didn't really go to hand. And eventually the over comes to an end, and at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago 1 for 1. So a good first over from Wood. And you could look, this is the building behind us here. Oh no, this one is the one over in the distance. Is that the secondary school? Diego Martin West Secondary. I played football in the back there a couple of times. Not a bad ground. It's just that it's like like a desert out there. You have no place to shelter. Huh? There's no shade. So I'm trying to make sure they get the field placing just right. Tierney Herbert Mayers is going to do the honors. Can't get a run first ball. This one is swung through mid-wicket nicely. Big chase on here. And they're going to get a couple. So that's a wide and duly signal. And trying to swing, touching the outside leg, but she was trying to go across it when she'd probably be better advised. And that's another wide. So changing the angle slightly now. She's going around the wicket, which makes sense. And that's well played. It placed nicely. And but they could only get a single. That's good work out there by Alicia Baumann, coming in from in the distance at the point. So just the two fielders out. Well, they're just doing one. The backward point is now going because the right-hander is on strike. So they're just using the deep point, man, on the field on the point boundary. As the right-handed Katrina Rubin comes on strike. She's yet to face a ball. And pushing at one, misses, not taken cleanly, but the over comes to an end. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago needing 101 for a victory, a 6 for 1 after 2. So there is that house on the hill. So again, Barbados would be happy with Calendar, Sabi Calendar. She made 40, and and Johnny Cumberbatch made 30. They were the principal scorers. They put on 48, 49, or 44 rather, before being separated. That would have been for the second wicket. Bowman and Callender put on 35 for the first. And there is Alicia Bowman, very patient, didn't really try to beat the cover off the ball. And that's a good shot. She's going to get one, might get more. In fact, it's misfielded, and they will come back for a second run. Not the most elegant. Here she goes again. That's a good shot. That's in the gap. They're going to get a couple more. I don't think it has the legs to get to the boundary. And they will settle for the one. Bowman again brought into action. Left alone, the umpire using his discretion there. Didn't think it was wide enough to be called a wide. And a short one, trying to get it through, but not able to do that. Good fielding again from Bowman. Right place, right time, because she did hit that one pretty good. And bowled, going right across the line of the ball, just swung at it. It didn't really cover the stump, just seemed to assume that the line was there and hit through it, and was bowled neck and crop there. And so she goes. For 2 after 3. She did well in the field and with the ball as also. Two for 13 with the ball, Brianna Harritran. Now they're going to need her to do something just as spectacular with the bat. So the sun playing a little cat and mouse. It's out in all its glory, then it kind of ducks in behind a heavy cloud, and then it comes back. So right now we're enjoying one of those cool spells. So Erin Dean is going to pick up the attack, the captain. Bowling a nice full length, and and I suppose this is the challenge now for the Trinidad and Tobago players. They can't afford to go airy-fairy too early, but they're going to have to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And then you don't want to soak up too many dot balls. We've seen that cripple West Indies in the past. Then it becomes it's almost like you're forced to hit sixes at the back end just to make up ground. So Barbados is very energetic right now, and those 2 wickets, no doubt, have them buoyed at the moment. So the West Indies 26 for 2. England 371. Pulled away, but can't get a run. And this is part of the problems for the West Indies. When you have an inexperienced batting lineup, sometimes things will have to get worse before it gets better. But all it takes is one good innings, and that could all change. That's the end of the over. And at the end of over number 4, a maiden 10 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago. And when you do and there are some of the dark clouds that kind of hides the sun from us here a little bit. And they look ominous, although they're pretty high at the moment. And because if you're just slightly to the right of that bank of dark clouds, you'll see blue skies. So hopefully we'll focus on these clouds. Cumulus clouds right there. Those are the friendly ones. And that's whipped away nicely. They're going to get a single. Good bit of fielding, although she didn't field it cleanly. She took all the sting over it, and now she's hurting as a result of that. Took it on the foot somewhere. And the things people do for their countries. So Ruben is yet to get off the mark. Certainly has to find a way to just manipulate the ball, maneuver it into the gaps, and try to pick up singles. She's not a big hitter by any stretch of the imagination. And this one is hit in the air, but it's safe. It's going to go bouncing down to the ground. That's 4 runs. Well. Nothing she's done before sort of prepared you for that. And there I am thinking she was just going to deflect that for a run or 2. And she just produced a shot of the match. A good, clean, straight hit. And now there's some discussions as to what to do with the field. I think a player went down. It might be the keeper. Not sure what the concern is. She seems to be on her haunches though. So I think they're going to let the medical team come on, the trainer. And in the meanwhile, the Trinidad and Tobago players will probably get a little drink as well and some instructions as to how to approach things the rest of the way. But right now, the focus is on the wicketkeeper Collymore. Dikaria Collymore just seemed to be down on one knee. She's been there for a while. So I'm not sure if she got struck on the arm or what it is, but something just didn't seem right for her. Like I said, you know, sometimes when they travel like that, the food is different, so it might be a stomach problem, or it might be some kind of a stomach bug or something. You just don't know. Um, the air conditioning in the room might be up too high. When you're rooming, your roommate likes the temperature one way, you like it another way, so you kind of compromise, and all those different things come into play. And as young person, some of them probably traveling for the first time, all of those things you have to factor in, and so it's never as easy or as normal as it might seem when they're with the players, because they're always dealing with something, like I said, because it's so, because this is kind of like par for the course with touring, and you're making new friends. I'm sure a lot of these young ladies probably come from different parts of Barbados. They might be meeting each other for the first time up close, so you have to kind of form friendships with them, kind of learn to appreciate the likes and dislikes of each other. And so there's all of that going on, and at the same time you also have to try to compete as a unit and try to win games. They haven't had that much success so far in the tournament, but hey, Trinidad is a big scalp for them, and Trinidad and Barbados have had some serious battles over the years in any sport for that matter, so this is just another one. But it seems as if everything is okay. Collymore is fine. Wood will continue. And she's right on target. This time, though, showing good restraint there was Ruben. Two wickets to her name so far, Wood. This one is punched in the air, but into the gap, and that's 4 more. Well, just giving a little bit of swing and for 4 runs. So the scoreboard ticking nicely now. 19 for 2 in over number 5. 2 balls, still legitimate deliveries left in this over. And Ruben very circumspect here, showing a good head on her shoulders. She knows that the responsibility probably is hers now to ensure that the team gets a decent start here. They lost 2 wickets already. They can't afford to keep losing wickets. So well played to end the over. 5 overs completed. 20 for 2 at the end of 5. So some of the care for the Barbados team. The only thing missing in there is the bat, but that doesn't have the sun. In fact, you want to keep that in the shade as long as possible. And that's a good delivery, but again, nicely played by Ruben. Actually, by Harry Charan. Ruben is at the non-striker's end. She thought for a moment about going after it and then decided against it, but she'll get a wide. So right now, when you do a quick comparison after 20 overs, Barbados with 22 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago with 20 for 2. That's a good shot. Probably played too well because it just screamed down there to mid-on where Wood is able to deny her a single. Probably needed to place it probably to the left or to the right of her, but she played it well. And you could just see her getting a little frustrated. The ball is leaving the bat nicely. She just can't get it into the gaps. And that's another wide call by the umpire there. And if you could see somewhere along the line, there's a few drops, some rain around. And that's well played. Stoned away nicely into the gap. That's coming 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It doesn't have the legs to get there, but they will get 2. Thought about it. The umpire had to get out of harm's way. And they thought about 3, but so Matthew Broom almost took out the umpire there with that return. He had to go hopping and skipping out of the way. And there's an appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. And again, she was driving at that. Probably that took it away from the leg stump. But it was close, but not close enough. It's the end of the over. 6 completed. It's 24 for 2 now. So there are some of the receivers for most of the radio and television stations in Trinidad and Tobago. I remember when there were just 2. And in fact, when we started to get the proliferation of radio stations, a lot of them didn't build their own towers. What they did, they just tacked on their receivers onto the existing towers. Here's a delivery that was a full, the passed on the full, she missed it. And she probably felt she missed out on a gift there, served up there by Herbert Mayers. And now they're deciding that they're going to pull the mid-wicket back on the boundary. And here appealing for a catch of the wicket. She's out. She was on the back foot trying to hammer it through the offside. And that is the end of so that's the fall of wicket number 3 for Trinidad and Tobago. So 23 And immediately you could see her standing up there and looking at the umpire to see if he would have caught that deflection, if there was one there. So Espinosa comes to the wicket now. Trinidad and Tobago badly in need of some partnership here. So Herbert Myers picking up a wicket. She has 1 for 5 so far. And now with that wicket, no doubt she's actually buoyed, looking for more. And Espinosa, though, not interested in attacking her at the start of her innings just yet. But she's going to have to get a move on. It's a limited overs game. So you don't want too many dot balls piling up on you. So there is the end of a successful over at that. And at the end of it, it's 23-4-3 Trinidad and Tobago. So as it is right now, Trinidad and Tobago some way away, 78 runs, some 78 balls. So, but the amount of dot balls that would happen inside of there, they're going to need some boundaries, and they're going to need somebody to lead the charge for them. Kamabach, Naijani Kamabach. She comes into the attack now. The old spinner, and too short, but gets away with it. Ball struck firmly but straight to Greenwich. So Chandra Greenwich feeling there at mid-wicket. Didn't really have to move. The ball coming straight to her. And this time she has to move a little bit to her left, and then the ball almost hit her. I don't think she stopped it. And Harry Charan, Espinosa now is on strike. So they're going to get if it's called a wide, that would be 2 wides. Yep. So it should be interesting to see how Trinidad and Tobago progresses here. 75 from 75. who can, let's just say, bring out the big stick and produce some few big hits for them. Espinosa seemed in two minds, almost as if she wanted to go right across it. And then at the last minute decided against it. The over comes to an end. 8 overs completed. It's 27 for 3. When you do a quick comparison after 8 overs, Barbados were 32 without loss. So right now Trinidad and Tobago is just slightly behind them, and they've lost wickets as well. And that's well played, driven nicely. Can they get a second run? They're going to have to hurry. She's a little bit late in going. If she's going to have to hurry, the return comes in, but she dropped the ball. Well. Did she hit the ball onto the ball? Because she hit it onto the stumps. Although it kind of left her hands, the that middle stump. So that should have been the fall of that wicket there, but the ball was, she fumbled it, but she fumbled it onto the stump. But 2 runs all the same. And she's going to get a couple more here. She's going to have to hurry again. Once more, she's running. She has to run quickly. And this time, she's able to get home there, Espinosa. Fumbled onto the stumps. But again, where the umpire was positioned, he probably just saw the fumble and didn't see that it was deflected onto the stumps. So brings the over to an end. 31 for 3 now after 9. That's the equation for Trinidad and Tobago. They need a move on, and that will help. And there Cumberbatch continues. 0 for 5 so far. This is her second over. So Espinosa has to figure out a way how to get Harry Charan back on strike. And she was going for the big one there, but missed it completely. But again, this must be a big occasion. I don't think cricket is a natural game to her. So she's obviously learning, as they say, learning on the job. And she will get a single now, so that will help. Finally, she's off the mark. And that one goes on to bowl her. It came off the pad and then it went onto the stumps. So there is... So Cumberbatch getting the breakthrough as the players are going to get some refreshments. After 9 overs and 3 deliveries, 33 for 4 is the latest here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. As we welcome you back here, the players had a little refreshment, and I'm sure we saw Ryan Clark going out there to talk to his troops and keep them focused on what is required. And Kanika Kassar, who bowled so well for Trinidad and Tobago. now has to try and do something with the bat for TNT. And it's going to be Najani Kamabach who is going to bowl to her first up. And that one strikes on the par. That's out! Plumb in front. She just played at it and missed it. The ball didn't really do anything. It just came straight with the arm. And so 33 for 5 now. Trinidad and Tobago in danger here of a defeat. And why I say it shouldn't come as a surprise, Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago have had these long-standing battles. This is just another one of those. And as we see Christina Naipaul coming to the crease. And I think when you look at it, Kasa, really, she just missed the ball. The ball didn't really do much. And probably would have been hitting middle and leg stumps. And this is the problem for Trinidad and Tobago. They keep losing wickets. And they don't really have a, how should I say, like a big hitter to come. Barbados, as you saw, they had Myers, Herbert Myers, who came and bid, and Johnny Benjamin also, or Kamabach rather, also came and struck a few lusty blows. And at the top of the innings, of course, Calendar top scored with 40. Trinidad needs somebody like that to put back the ball. And there is the hat-trick ball that went through close to the outside edge, but not close enough, as the over finally comes to an end. And at the end of it, 10 completed. It's 33 for 5. So Kamabach 2 for 6 from her 2 overs. And even though there are some dark clouds about, look at how blue the sky looks at this point. But if you only pans that camera to the left or to the right, it might make a completely different picture. But it really does look good. Looks like a good day to be on the beach in Maracas right now. Out there in Shodo somewhere. So we have a new bowler picking up the attack there. That's Matthew Brome. And that is a wide. Might have also been called a no ball, but the umpire probably chose one or the other. And that too is a wide. And that might actually be a no ball, because that looked like that one pulled on the pitch on the opposite side, on the adjoining pitch. And this one is struck nicely into the gap again. It's in the air, but they're going for the second run. They're going to have to hurry. And she was laboring to get there. And eventually she made it. But boy, Espinosa was... And then she had to put in a little dive at the end. Actually, it's Naipaul who had to put in the dive. So Christina Naipaul. And look at the ground staff. They're at the ready shit in case the rain decides to visit the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. You can look at the breeze on the shirts of the players. And that one beats her all ends up. A little bit of turn there for Matthew Broom. Umpires confirm that the wicket is okay and we're ready to resume. This one again is touched in the air and they want a single, they don't want it, and then they decide to go back. So yes, no, and then to compound matters, the fielder made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dips at the ball before eventually hauling it in. And they still didn't complete the run.
Wrong stop.
So the rains are here with us. So, and look at the ground staff now, flying the covers on. So 38 for 5. So as the ground staff try their best to get the covers on, the breeze obviously not cooperating right now. It's really giving them some pressure at the moment, but they seem to have it under control. It's for them now to get the spigots in quickly so that the covers sit down and sit down in place. So we don't anticipate this to be a long break, but it might get a little bit heavier. So 38 for 5 Trinidad and Tobago after 10 overs and 4 deliveries. After 10 overs, the Barbados were 45 for 1. So they were well ahead. Of TNT, and there we see the rains, but it seems as if 2 sets of rain might be converging on the venue. We have some rain coming from one direction, and then we have another bit of rain coming from the opposite direction. So the ground staff initially thought about not bringing on any additional covers, but now they don't have a choice now. So they'll have to make sure that they cover the bowlers run up as well to try to protect as much of the surface as is possible. So not the ideal situation for Trinidad and Tobago. They find themselves behind the 8 ball in every which way. And if you look at the past score scenarios with 5 wickets down after 10 overs, the past score should be 50 or is 55. So Trinidad and Tobago well behind the 8 ball here. They're 33 for 5. And hopefully the weather will cooperate. If we look to our left, we do have the sunshine, but to the right of us and coming ahead of us, coming blowing in, say, from the east of us. The wind is picking up, and so too, and is bringing the rains with it. And so that tells you that this could be a slightly longer delay than we originally anticipated. So with Trinidad and Tobago in trouble here, they need 63 more runs from 56 balls, but they only have 5 wickets intact. It's 38 for 5 from 10 overs on 4 balls. We'll take a break, and as soon as we have some action for you, we'll come back. Well, as we welcome you back here, we did have a rain, I shouldn't say a brief rain interruption. It was for about an hour and about 10 minutes or so. But we have the resumption. And what it means is now the Trinidad and Tobago would now need 95 runs from 18 overs. That is the calculation. And based on the 10.4 overs that was bowled before, it means that they need a further 57 runs from 46 balls. And so that is the scenario now. So 55 from 43. And that's a drop catch. Trying to come in on it. They should go back for a second. And they'll get it too. And that's good running. So the end of the over. And Trinidad and Tobago making steady progress there now. As they were 38. So they picked up a couple of runs there at the end. So 42 for 5, 11 overs now completed. So this is where it becomes the challenge now for TNT. And another single there. A little bit of hesitation on the part of Naipaul, but in the end she was persuaded to go through for the single. So 52 now. And they thought for a moment there of a single, but that one would have been very tight indeed. So Cumberbatch doing a pretty good job here for Barbados. And continues to do that. And this is a short ball that is swung away. And they're going to have to settle for just the one run at the end of it. They might have been thinking about two. And Walbole not able to get a run. So that completes the over. 44 for 5 now after 12. Remember the target is 95 from 18. So they have 6 overs, 36 balls to get 51 runs. And that's a good catch. Oh, she dropped it. She got her hands to it, and she couldn't hold on to it in the end. So Herbert Myers tumbling over to her right there, should have held it in, got it in both hands, and then it just crept out. So another single to the offense, 45 for 5 now. And that's a good shot, powerfully hit, but just the 1 run. So good bowling again from Herbert Myers. Not leaking any boundaries at the moment. And that's a good shot into the gap. They're going to get 1, and I think that's all they'll get out of it. And this one is hit high in the air, should get under it, and actually came in too far, and that one is going to trickle towards the boundary. She came in and then had to go backwards, got a hand to it, and couldn't bring it down in the end there, Calendar. So 2 runs to the good there, 47 for 5 now, or make that 49 for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of the over. So 13 completed. So we have a little delay here with the, it just seems as if Naipaul is, I'm not quite sure what it is, if she's hurting because she was limping earlier. So 46 runs from 30 balls, Trinidad and Tobago. So we have another delay here now. Maybe she needs some treatment. So that should be, because right now you notice if they're going to allow her to continue, or she will go ahead and try to continue. So the game is nicely poised now. Trinidad and Tobago desperately need somebody to play a big hand here for them. Remember, Guyana, from their 3 games, they had 3 wins, and they led the standings with 16.2 points, bonus points, 4.2 bonus points for them. The Leeward Islands in second place, so with a 2-1 record with 3 bonus points, so that pushed them on to 11 points. Trinidad and Tobago in third place with a similar 2-1 record, but they only have 2.2 bonus points, so they were 10.2 points in all, and followed by the Windward Islands, and then came Barbados with no wins and 1 no result. So that gave them the 2 points, 2.6 points. And Jamaica just 1.4 by way of bonus points so far. So it's so she is going to have to retire Naipaul on 5. And so now it's going to be batting for Trinidad and Tobago. It's the Manpaul, Kira Maya Naipaul. So a chance here now for her to so she can produce something for Trinidad and Tobago. Taking a while to get sorted. I think they're ready now. And immediately they get a quick single. They could get a second run. They're going to go for it, but there's nobody backing up the wicket. And that was the problem there. Once the wicketkeeper, Calendar, left, or Collymore rather, left to run down the ball to square leg, they needed somebody to come up to the wicket. The fielder stayed back. It looked as if it was Wood who came up, but she didn't come far forward enough. And she needed to be right alongside the stump when the throw came in to have a chance. So 50 on the board, 51 for 5 now. This one is flicked in the air and it falls safely. She was just trying to deflect it on the onside. Manpaul. Can she strike up a couple hefty blows here for TNT? And again, they're trying to get the single, but that's good captaincy there because she adjusted the field, brought the fielder in. And this time they're going to get the single. Nicely played again by Manpaul. So there is Manpaul and Naipaul for Trinidad and Tobago. This is Manpaul. And they quickly switch and run. And they'll get the single too. So that's good running. Excellent cricket. But they need, at some point, they're going to need a couple big hits to try to bring the equation down. Barbados will be happy with the singles. And they're going to get one. They could get a second here. They're going to have to hurry, though. And here they go. This is going to be tight. They run, and she bubbled the ball. So again, this one was a little bit, the one before, the one earlier was much clearer. But this time, she bubbled the ball, and by the time she had gathered it, the bat might have just slid in. Unfortunately, I can't really tell you right now because I don't have that. Umpire gave the batsman the benefit of the doubt. Up and then just a little bubble allowed the batter time to slide in and get that second run in the end. So 40 from 24. They need And this one is just hit up in the air. They're going to run quickly again. And so all of a sudden there's a real urgency about things here for Trinidad and Tobago. They know what is in front of them. And they need to get a move on. They need 95 from 18. So Erin Dean, the captain, can she break this little partnership here? And that one is hit nicely into the gap, but it's so well struck that they might only get one. The 6-10 it is to Espinosa. She's been there for a while. 20 balls, 10 runs. And she flicks it in the air and she scored. Straight to mid-wicket. And the catch is taken. And that is the end of Espinosa's little innings. She goes for 10. And Barbados have picked up the wicket that they craved. A nice little catch taken there at mid-wicket by Matthew Broom. So Espinosa finally goes for 10. And Trinidad and Tobago lose another wicket. Dean picking up pepper. It's now 57 for 6. So Sakia Harilal comes in. And they're going to need her. Everybody who comes to the crease now is going to have to try and contribute something. And that's a good shot. They could get a couple here. They're going to have to hurry. And they will. So 2 more to the kitty. 59 for 6, 36 from 20 balls. This one could go right down to the wire. Harilal again. What can she do here now? Can she keep the scoreboard ticking over? 2 deliveries left in over number 15. And this one is in the air, but she hits it straight into the arms of the mid-wicket. And that is the end of that. Harilal goes for 2. And this time the catch is taken by Cumberbatch. So it's 59 now for 7. So Jessica Orozco. So immediately she's off the mark, but It's the Trinidad and Tobago running out of overs here. They're also running out of wickets. 7 wickets down, 60. So 15 overs completed. 60 for 7. They need a further 35 runs, and they have 18 balls in which to get those runs. So who will put their hands up here now for Trinidad and Tobago and get them over the line? This is not going to be easy. This is a huge ask here. It's almost 2 runs a ball at the moment. So now the field is nicely spread. There's a deep long on, deep long off, deep point, a deep square, and a deep mid wicket. So one of them would have to come into this circle. I think the mid off is coming back into the circle. And that should be a wide delivery. Yes, it is. Alicia Baumann. And that might be a no ball. So it's a free hit. That's a good shot, but he's only going to get the 1 run for it. And almost had to put in a dive. They thought for a moment of the 2nd run. And but still, they couldn't get it. But that's good fielding. Excellent cricket. Again by Kamabach. Naijani Kamabach with a brilliant effort there. And that's a free hit. That's hit beautifully into the deep. But they're going to get 1. They're going back for the 2nd. Just that little bubble will allow them to come back for the 2nd run. Was trying to scamper around there to pick up the ball and return it in one motion. Ebony Brathwaite bobbled it. And that allowed them to come back for the 2nd round. 65 for 7, 30 from 16. Down the wicket she goes. That's an even better shot. They're going to get 1, possibly 2 4-runs. Again, it was Brathwaite scampering across to her right this time. And Manpaul, the first boundary in a while for Trinidad and Tobago. There's another one hit into the deep. They've gone for 1, and they might get a 2nd run. They're going to have to hurry though, and they will get it too because the return is not a powerful one at all. And 1 short. So just a 1 run when it should have been 2. So 70 for 7, 25 from 14 balls now. And that's hit into the deep again. There is a field out there. And they want the second run. They're going to have to go for it. And this is good running. So 2 runs completed. 72 now for 7. 23 from 13. Is this the partnership? Down the wicket she goes, and she's misstumped. Well, Collymore had it in her hands, but she was trying to do everything in one motion, and the ball fell out of her grasp. So 72 for 7, 16 overs, 2 overs remaining. So 2 overs remaining now. Trinidad and Tobago needs a further 23 runs. They have 12 deliveries in which to get those runs. And he's bowled, trying to go across the line of that one, and Orozco goes for 2. And Skipper Dean leading by example here. And Trinidad and Tobago have lost another wicket. So it's now 72 for 8. So Tumika Pagu. And just seem to lose possession. They're appealing for a catch or stumping. I'm not quite sure which one. But in the end, the wicketkeeper caught it and then had to spin around to eventually remove the bails. But her momentum took her, actually spun her completely around, making it 360. Yeah, she's again, she's going to get a single this time. That's good cricket. And this is the lady now, Manpal, Kira Manpal. Can she find something out of the ordinary here? She's on 15 from 11. She's Trinidad and Tobago's last and main hope. And that's a delivery. She's out, LBW. She was swinging at it, and somehow the ball came down on her, and she has to go. So Dean has 4 for 10 now. And this is Trinidad and Tobago's last wicket, really. And Christina Naipaul comes back. And she's going to get a single immediately. So Trinidad and Tobago fighting right down to the end, but they're really up against it here now. And they're going to get the single eventually. So that completes a brilliant spell of bowling from the captain here, as 17 overs completed, 75 for 9 now after 17. They have 1 over. Remember, they need to get to 95, so they need 20 runs from 6 balls. And what a Herculean task that is for them. So who is going to be charged with this final over? Pagu on 2. Tamika Pagu trying her best, and it's still going to be Matthew Brome, Kamia Matthew Brome, who is going to close off things here for Barbados. And swing and a miss, first ball. So 20 from 5 now. They need 5 fours, Trinidad and Tobago. And that's a wide, so that will help. So remember, after that rain delay, the calculation came down to 95 from 18. And Trinidad and Tobago really been fighting an uphill battle ever since. So they still need something here. That's going to be another wide. So that pushes the score to 77 for 9 now. So they have 4 balls. They need 18 runs. And well bowled, just outside that off stump, creating problems. No angle. And so again, just a single. Barbados doing very well here to limit the damage and keep everything kosher. They shouldn't lose it from here. 2 balls, and they should be more than able to defend it. 17 needed off the 2 balls. And that one is hit nicely into the gap. They might get a couple here. And that's all they'll get there. I don't think they're going to get much more than that. So 2 runs. So just the 1 ball remaining now. And they need 15 runs from the last ball. So 80 for 9, make that 81 now for 9. And they still have the 1 ball. They need 14 from that 1 ball. And they're going to scamper a single, but I think that's all they're going to get from it. And that will be that, so to speak. So 82 Trinidad and Tobago. From their 18 overs, it means that Barbados would have been able to win this by 13 runs. And this represents their first victory of the tournament. So congratulations to them. They eventually got to 12 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method. Barbados winning by 12 runs. So congratulations to them in the end. Remember, the revised target was 95 runs from 18 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago could only get to 82 for 9. So an interesting game in the end. Trinidad and Tobago just coming up short. And the skipper, Erin Dean, 4 overs, 12 runs and 4 wickets. She was the main destroyer. And Cumberbatch bowled well as well. She picked up a couple wickets, took a catch as well. Collymore also snared a couple behind the stumps. But it was Dean who did the bulk of the damage. And at the top, Wood also picked up 2 wickets bowling for Barbados. So a big win for the Bajans, and it was set up nicely by their batters at the top, especially the pair of Asabi Calendar, who made 40, and Nijani Cumberbatch, who made 30. They were the principal run scorers for Barbados in their total of exactly 104.5, leaving Trinidad and Tobago to get 101 for victory. And they were in all sorts of trouble at 38 for 5 after 10.4 overs when rains came at about 12:31 and kept the players off the field for just over an hour and 12 minutes or so. But when they resumed, they had a revised target of 95 from 18 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago could only get to 82 for 9 as Barbados getting home by 12 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis system. So that is the situation here for them. The players have kind of made their way into the dressing room. And congratulations again to Barbados. This must be a very sweet victory for them. They couldn't get a win prior, but they have a win now, and I'm sure they'll be happy with that. That will boost them up to 6.4 points, and whatever bonus points they'll get, I'm sure they'll take that as well, hoping that they could move off the bottom of the table. Well, from second from bottom, Jamaica are at the bottom as well. So that is the situation here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Victory to Barbados. Again, Barbados 100 for 5 in their 20 overs, and in reply, facing a revised target of 95 from 18. Trinidad and Tobago could only get to 82 for 9. Victory to Barbados by 12 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis system. And that is the situation from us here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. We hope you'll join us again on Saturday when we'll have more action for you from here in Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 T20 tournament. Congratulations to all of the players. I thought they gave a splendid effort on both teams. Some obviously are more advanced than others. That is to be expected. But the main idea is that you give of your best at all times, whether you're batting, bowling, or fielding. And you can't fault these youngsters. They really tried. In the end, the Barbados team thoroughly deserve their victory. So I'm Ruskin Mark. Thanks for joining us. And do join us again in a couple of days' time.